Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Austin by Starlight, episode 24. It's been a night or two since the coterie has been together the last time, and dealing with some, personal things on the side, such as, well, some secret things that some of our kindred might be getting up to in their spare time when they don't have to run around and get messy in each other's business. Be it talking to the Dawn, or to the Baron, or to other such kindred in this city. Tonight is one of those more leisurely nights, as we will be focusing on Deja. Deja, over the course of the last few weeks, has been building up her own personal slice of the city, or the outskirts of the city, more like, as part of the considerations that were going on with the meeting of the Baron, the Dawn, and this dignitary Lucio della Rosa, meant that Deja had her own quote-unquote domain as part of the agreement. For her to be left to her own devices, for her to be the ruler of sorts of this several acre property of a pig farm. She's been doing a lot of building in that regard, and I'm sure she'll want to spill the details herself, as it's one of the rare nights that we're going to be meeting with one of the few nights per week that Yvette goes to check in on Deja and see how things are progressing, see how things are getting along, as you know, personal business is personal business, but keeping up with the goings on is a little bit hard for a sort of secluded farm. So, Deja, why don't you give us an idea of what you've been up to these last few weeks?
Deja has been routinely checking on the herd, helping Piter figure out who the hire for new staff, making upgrades and building the domain into a true domain. She's put extensive time into upgrading the tunnels so that she doesn't ever have to rely on someone like Mr. Gregor Douglas again. Putting new surprises in place for people such as Mr. Douglas, should they ever decide to return without letting her know. Generally,
Some might call them booby traps.
some might. Maintaining the health and wealth of the farm, making sure the farm gets back to what it should be. Spending most nights with Piter and Angelique going over books and the business and what needs to be taken care of. And is one of those rare few nights she's had that for once she doesn't have to do any of that. they both know what it is that she wants, and decided that they don't necessarily have to have that for the evening. Uh,
The farmer's starting to pay for extra hired hands itself,
yes,
which is
they might be.
good because one of the sows that you bought from one of the uh, the stock shows that you've had Piter and Angelique visit, surprisingly, was pregnant,
Yes.
which was, of course, the piglets are still growing, but since then have bought several dozen others, and so the farm is getting back to a sort of normal size at this time. So
Yes.
instead of the very dwindled numbers that it had been before.
Yes, they're looking much healthier. And they're only a few more weeks from being able to be bred themselves or sold.
Whichever need comes first.
Right. Uh, Beyond that, Deja was actually thinking about making a trip into the city this evening. On that, she has no idea what's going on.
Hmm. Well, it's one of those lucky nights where the city might be coming to her. As Yvette, what have you been doing these last 2 nights or so? After having a moment to yourself, and Dale.
Well, I ended up spending some time having some organizations with potential venues that allow for well, what is supposed to be a very special day of evening. I'm still some evenings in disbelief that he ended up proposing the question. I'm also hesitant, as there are certain concerns that may end up being involved later on. Still, life, such as it is, moves on. Tonight, however, I am heading to the farm to speak with Mademoiselle Deja. I am informed as many of the required pieces of logistics. Pardon, I am no farmer, but I am told that it is off to a good start, and I wanted to check in, as it has been some time since I have spoken with Mademoiselle Deja. It also allows us a chance to catch up and see what it is that she may in fact be encountering. I have my own concerns, but at this moment, for once, it is not a overwhelming piece. It is simply it almost feels as though the evening actually may be kind for once. Heaven forbid.
Well, perhaps a kind night is in order. Something a little more casual. Something a little less stressful, as some of your other coterie mates tend to add a little bit of stress to your bucket every now and then.
All too true. All too true.
And so, with that being what has been going on for these past few nights, I would like you both to make rouse checks, as a new night has fallen upon our kindred, and we shall see what awaits them.
It is not good. I am at hunger for.
Not good indeed, Miss LaCroix. And for Deja?
Success. That was a 9.
9. Okay, perfect. Deja, you wake up with relative ease today. It's no harder than usual to move your dead bones and joints to a mobile function, but for Yvette, whatever meal you've had just isn't doing the trick. It's costing you a little bit more tonight to push yourself to that sort of waking state. Almost as if you have to force yourself out of a slight rigor mortis sort of grogginess. A little stiff, forcing bones and joints to move, causing a little bit of an extra hunger to arise in you as that extra energy is spent. But such is the curse. The curse of every day waking up with the possibility of that stomach of yours speaking and doing for you instead of you being within your own control. And so, that does lead us to the farm, where Deja, you're outside greeting Yvette as she's driving up on the very clearly delineated sort of tire tracks in the road on the farm plot, kind of leading up toward the house. Piter and Angelique are more or less finished up for the day. Their hired help has gone home, and they're settling in for the rest of the night, as they are the set of hands that actually live on the farm.
Well. Good evening. How are you?
Au noir, Mademoiselle Deja. I trust that all the commotion has settled and all the arrangements have come through to your specification.
Quite swimmingly, thank you.
Happy.
And we're not too far away from some of the stalls, and you can see that several of them have quite a few more pigs than they did the last time you were here.
You'll have to pardon me. I am not exactly accustomed to this line of work. So.
I grew up with it, so yeah. I could teach you if you wanted.
I cannot see myself in the next so many years becoming a farmer. Could you?
That's a lot of work, huh? Not gonna... Long hours. Little thanks, but hey, it's worth it.
I will believe I will believe you on that statement. But it is certainly not for me.
Never say never, darling.
Perhaps in time.
No, go ahead.
Mademoiselle Deja, I am upon your recognized domain, and I would acquiesce unto your speaking.
No, you were speaking. I'd like to hear what you have to say. My questions can wait.
No, it is. Perhaps it is simply hunger. I will have to end up spending some time to feed later on this evening, but you were my priority before anything else.
I appreciate that. Just how hungry are you? And perhaps we should take care of that sooner or later.
I think you would rather me not end up consuming some of your newer stuff, but I appreciate the offer. No, it is. Have you spoken to any of the others?
Not since the last time I saw y'all.
That is unfortunate.
I was actually planning to make a trip into town this evening if you hadn't made your way out here.
I certainly tried to make sure that you were top of my priority list.
Well, speaking of, I haven't seen y'all since everybody left.
That is unfortunate. What would you have known?
Well, I don't have to worry about Don Hernandez coming back out here now, do I?
Don Hernandez. Don Hernandez has busied himself and Mademoiselle Cosetta with a errand specifically to deal with some hauntings up north. We are at this exact moment trying to alleviate some of the frustrations that have come about due to that unfortunate incident. A sort of haunting, if you will. A sad truth of it being that, well, let's just simply say that it was an endeavor, but not one that would concern you directly. The Don seemed to be pleased with the capabilities of Mademoiselle Cosetta.
I see.
The newest acquired member, Mademoiselle Lupe, has placed themselves trying to get a footing into a local bar near 6th Street. Not quite on their property, continuing on with the neutrality, but one that would offer us some more investment into the city. The truth of it is that Alistair, after his previous encounter, has kept himself secluded. Monsieur Douglas has otherwise left the city. I've not heard back from him.
I see.
And I think that should keep you caught up onto recent events, or at least as far as they may concern you.
Newly acquired member.
A member of the Ravnos.
Interesting. What, if anything, does Deja know of the Rapnos?
If that's about the clan in specific, that would be a intelligence and occult.
Alright, I can do that. Intelligence occult, you say? Alright. That's 3 successes.
In general about the clan, you don't know a whole lot about their history. You know that they're typically wanderers. They don't stay in one place very long. For the exact reason, you're not sure, but they definitely don't stay in one place for very long. Or if they do, they're often jumping between different jobs and uh, different things going on in the city. That it keeps them quite busy in many cases. They're often considered go-betweens or runners or something of the like when thinking about the clan just in general. It's something that just kind of picked up along the way during your time as a kindred. Not many are known in Texas, and so the fact that there is one here might speak to they've just wandered into the city, as their clan is typical to do.
So we have a gypsy. Let's see. Alistair keeping his nose clean?
Alastair is locked in his room, spending time with his books. It ends up keeping him out of trouble at the very least. And I have busied myself in whatever capacity that the coterie needs, given the recent circumstances.
I heard you mention Pax. How are things between the two of y'all?
Of little consequence.
Last time I saw her, little consequence was you putting 6 shots into your own chest.
A simple demonstration, and she had requested me do so.
I would say that's more than just a little or no consequence myself.
You are free to end up believing as such. She stated quite clearly that if it was that I do not end up trusting her, that I pulled the trigger. Given her situation with the Don, I have certain suspicions. But I also end up laying away a promise that I would end up protecting them, even if it does not align with my own capability. So between the request to pull the trigger if trust was no longer there, and the need to protect her, what was I to do? My actions made sure that she could not end up using the gun without taking the time to reload, giving me time to intercede in further action. It followed through with her request. She ended up offering it. And it allowed a moment to make it very clear on what it is she could do, were I to permit it.
I meant, have y'all ironed things out yet? Not, if it was of no consequence.
That I leave unto her. I continue to end up doing my duties for the coterie as I have earlier detailed. I have not changed in that regard. But then again, it is very rare one has to question where my loyalties lie.
Not just that, which you consider of no consequence as well.
Well,
Does leave one to question your judgment at times.
oh, as opposed to one who would openly defy a baron whose domain they here sit under, or the idea that one would choose to aggravate a situation for one's own personal pettiness, or the fact that one can murder one's own kin without so much as a blink. Or perhaps we should end up asking about. Do I need to go on?
You can ask any question.
I
Whether
have
I
no.
answer.
I
Whether
asked,
you.
do you need further examples? If anything, it is not my judgment that needs to be questioned.
I question everybody's judgment.
A healthy policy. But I am not the one who consistently puts this coterie at risk.
That's
am
not
not
what
the
I
one.
said. That's not what I said. I said it makes me wonder and question your judgment when you say things are of no consequence after having seen what you consider of no consequence.
When it is of consequence, you will certainly know.
Somehow I doubt that, but I do appreciate the intent behind the words.
Ms. Deja,
Yes.
when I say it is of consequence, when I inform you, there will be absolutely no doubt that I am telling you as such, because it is. If I say it is of no consequence, believe me, it is of no consequence. If my word is not to be trusted in that, then perhaps I have misjudged you.
No, I did not say your judgment was lacking. And yes, there are questions because what did transpire here was on my domain. So it does concern me and is of a consequence. That anybody was harmed here is a concern to me.
Have
And
I
is a
made any claims
no.
that someone was harmed? Have I
You
came
were
to you with such
shot.
grievances?
No, you have not. But you were shot. I was a witness. I watched it.
You would know that is from my own hand, leaving Mademoiselle Pax completely blameless in that regard.
However, as I said, it was all my fault.
And I
Is of a concern.
apologize for the inconvenience.
I'm not looking for an apology. I'm wanting
Then
to
what
know.
are you looking for, Mademoiselle
I'm
Deja?
wanting exactly what I asked. Have you and Pax rectified whatever situation is between the two of you, or are the two of you still at odds with each other?
Of that I cannot inform because I do not know.
I see. Thank you for your candor. That was all I was asking. As to the rest of it, what? Ain't nobody in this coterie got their hands clean. Some are dirtier than others, but beyond that,
I have made no such claim. I simply make it a point of judgment. And to this exact time, there are very few who I would say I could end up agreeing with in their own judgment overall. It is a rare thing for me to end up finding one whose judgment I can trust in. Absolutely. And so, I simply look and say, what is this individual going to do? I understood why it was that we had to otherwise butcher Monsieur Knight. I know why it is that we ended up disposing of his body. I know why it is that one would have requested me to escort out his family and bring them to the side, away from prying eyes. All done without judgment. Also done simply upon request. Such is the relationship I have with this coterie.
It's just a business transaction, isn't it?
It is safer that way.
Something tells me your business sometimes has a habit of coming.
Please, speak your mind plainly.
The nature of what it is that you do. There are people out there that probably have grudges.
It is a frequent hazard of my line of work. It is also a known fact given the city that we are in. Understand that I am to many anarchs a nemesis, a creature that should be removed, the one piece that does not fit. I am a creature of order in a realm of chaos, and thus finding such stability as I have found in the domain of Baron Kane is a blessing, if not a small one, for me.
You have a place here too. Won't forget the debt I owe you stepping with Baron Kane either.
As you said, it was a business transaction.
Was, and I still owe you. Regardless that this was never his domain to begin with. Him publicly announcing as such did see to the need that I step away for.
And now you have a domain that is claimed of your own, with very few that would contest it. Congratulations.
As I said, without your intercession with Kane, he probably would have annexed this himself. So I do owe you. And for his announcement public.
And when it comes to pass, we'll collect on that debt when it is required. That's when you will know it is of consequence. Until then, I am at your service as usual. That has not changed.
appreciate that. Meant what I said the last time we spoke. One of the few in this coterie I trust in. I have yet to meet this Miss Lupe, and Alistair's Alistair.
It's true. And yet, Alistair is a member of this coterie we have to consider in all we do. Are you alright, Mademoiselle Deja? You seem to be lost in thought.
She's just lost in thought, wondering what is going over in her mind. What is it you consider of no consequence that you haven't spoken of about what's been going on this last several weeks as she's been busy? Knowing what you consider is of no consequence, having seen consider consequence, she's a bit lost in thought. You will see as she rubs her head, there is a new piece of jewelry. A gold watch with 2 turquoise stones on the sides of the face. However, it's not new. Some would say it's an antique.
I did not expect you to be one who dabbled in such things, Mademoiselle Deja.
Pardon?
She gestures towards the thing on your wrist, this watch.
She cups it. This is this was my daddy's.
Ah, ton papa. A keepsake, no doubt.
I got it from Pida after y'all left. I've worn it ever since. It helps me feel close to him. Going through the nightly chores as he did, wearing this watch.
It maintains some connection to one who is long since passed.
It's been 5 years.
And this has preoccupied your thoughts, oui?
Yeah. It's had me wondering. After the incidents in the house and taking care of the issue with the coterie house, makes me wonder if this isn't why he's still around.
Je ne pas comprendre.
The spirits of the living, after they've passed, and especially violent manners, can sometimes be attached to a specific object. The ghost that we had to deal with in the house was bound to that, was it comb brooch that Pax keeps locked up in the box. The spirit that we dealt with fed off the, I'm assuming, other spirits that meant the same fate as she, and was bound to that thing in the box. The spirits of those who have passed can be into objects. It just makes me wonder if same things happened with Daddy. And that's why I've been seeing him. Still no word on how it is I see strong. Still trying to get any research into that if I can. But so far, no dice.
Unfortunately, I have no experience with such things. Mine was far more corporeal. She kind of looks as though she's making sure she used the right word.
Physical.
Merci.
Yes.
The idea of all these ghosts and spirits and what have you is not something I contend with. I am sorry to say.
Oh, I'm aware. It's just confusing for me. Nobody I've talked to or researched has ever seen them as I do. They can't physically interact or touch them.
Perhaps it is a situation involving the blood. It would
I
not
don't
be
know.
the first time I have heard of the blood granting gifts.
I don't know that that's a gift. It's disconcerting at best. Watching a dead man walk around and knowing I can touch him. Anybody else that would see him, their hands and everything would just pass right through. Maybe have an odd cold sensation. But he certainly wouldn't feel like a living, breathing human being. Physical enough for them to touch.
This disconcerts you.
It does. I'm still researching. But as
And
I've been
how
so busy here, I've not had as much time to research as I would have liked.
and how may I be of assistance, Mademoiselle Deja?
The last time we spoke, Alistair was supposed to be doing some research. Doubt you have your hands on it.
I must admit I am out of my depth when it comes down to this particular. She looks for the word and seems to be stumbling over herself for it.
This is not your area of expertise. Get it. And I doubt you've said anything or Alistair said anything to you. So,
Alistair is cautious around me, with good reason.
I think everybody's cautious around you.
Perhaps that is for the best. I am not here to put others at ease. I am here to assist in the matters that involve this coterie to the best of my capability. That is all.
I don't particularly know if there's anything you can do to the situation. For the most part, information is all I can get from you. We seem to have run out of that.
If it is information that you request, then I will go about and see what I can find.
No, I mean information about what's going on with the code. What are y'all into now? And
I believe I have already ended up giving that. So
as
yes, I guess I am out of information.
at this point, as I said, we see to get fed. And as there is nobody here, I'm willing to let you feed on. They've all left for the day.
Well, if that is the case, I suppose knowing a pig farmer may end up assisting should things go awry. I would be grateful for you to stay nearby as I hunt Mademoiselle Deja. Though you will understand if I maintain some discretion.
Indeed.
Your vehicle or mine?
It doesn't matter. Where do you want to go?
Yvette will consider it for a moment. She's not going, and Yvette will go out of her way to be sure to feed in an area that she does not know as well. Still within the domain, but one that is less likely to run into one that would match her feeding preference. As to not belabor Mademoiselle Deja with knowledge of which we could not know. It's best not to put Mademoiselle Deja at risk.
All right. So you're sort of going outside of your usual sort of feeding neighborhood, still within the domain, but purposefully looking for something that's a little outside of your tastes.
Or at least something that would not be obvious.
Not obvious to your tastes. Okay. That will still be a typical feeding roll.
Okay.
Going back and forth between the farm and here does eat up a couple of hours between the two trips. Oh. Oh my.
Let us see. The domain is 2, 6, 5, 4. I just need 4 successes. So I will roll willpower for one piece. One die. Oh wow, Derek dice in the opposite direction.
Oh no.
Oh.
Well.
I still gotta roll for the frenzy check, but
Yep. You find it. A scent. A scent that you're really dying to sink your teeth into. One that's not that is outside of your usual hunting zone, but still somehow that scent, it's very close to the kind that you really, really like. It's maybe just close enough. That way it doesn't give away your particular tastes in any particular direction. You stalk as a predator would. Your lips your tongue kind of tracing across your lips, licking them in anticipation as this individual isolates themselves in a very convenient fashion. Very convenient. And you pounce. Literally pounce on them. Fangs drawn and they sink into the vein on his neck. And roll me a frenzy check for hunger, difficulty 3.
5.
That is 5. It's tempting. Tempting just to empty him. So very tempting, because it's delicious. He's delicious. It doesn't take any extra effort to take him down. You want to take full advantage of this. You desperately, desperately want to swell like a tick, fill your gullets, and be satiated. But you hold yourself back. You have your own choice in the matter. It's not the beast controlling that impulse. You have control.
I will simply take 2 hunger. I take my time for a little bit, as much as I feel I can spare. Even on the lick of the wound, the simple whisper of forget, I move aside. Perhaps I look back at my prey, wondering if we will meet again. Commit the face to memory. What was it? What was it that happened? Yvette almost seems confused. Perhaps so many faces, so many to remember, so many to go through. Perhaps there is something to her condition even she still does not fully understand. When she comes back to the vehicle, she seats herself in the passenger side of Mademoiselle Deja's vehicle and rests her head against the headrest, looking up at the ceiling. Taking a moment, she seems to have relaxed for the most part, save for her hand gripping the case that she brings with her everywhere she goes. She smiles a bit. I almost forgot what it was like to not feel the need to vomit every time I feed.
No, instead this time, the sort of taste that he left behind in your mouth was one where you really wanted to wring his neck. Really wanted to cause some kind of bodily harm. You still kind of do. You still feel that sort of taste in your mouth. Just want to punch something. Just want to hit something. Someone.
So Deja was trying to keep an eye out for anybody that might be trying to pay too much attention to either herself or to Yvette.
Make me a wits and awareness roll. And until you resolve that harm compulsion, Yvette, you are at a 2 dice penalty for anything else. Because that is all you can really think about right now.
Okay. That's going to be 5 or critical.
5 on a crit.
Yeah.
There is someone. Someone who just watched Yvette pounce from 10 feet away onto this person.
Is this somebody I recognized?
I don't think this is someone that you've met before. As you see a very tall individual long gray hair, sweater, sort of light sweater, worn, his beard sort of straightened out into a very clean-cut shape. Just kind of watching from across the road. And it's then that you realize just how close to the southern borders of the domains of both Keynes and yourself that you realize that you are. But this person watched.
I will inform Deja, but I think she may have had a watcher.
You mean inform your vet?
Yes, I apologize. I will inform Vet that it appears she may have had a watcher in the feed that was not me. And is still watching.
She, almost with a little bit of frustration, as though this is something that perhaps she is getting careless. It's good to end up having friends, I suppose, she thinks to herself as she gets out of the vehicle. She doesn't even try to hide her approach. She just starts walking towards this individual.
Deja will follow Vet. Not even bother to check her gun. She knows it's there. She knows it's loaded.
And as you start to approach, you do see that this person turns to continue through the road to walk away. Not at a quick pace. Sort of casually seems to turn upon seeing you and walk away.
Mademoiselle Deja?
Yes.
I believe your vehicle at this point is in order. Get ahead of this one. I'll continue following.
Alright. Knowing the area, is there a route Deja can take to cut this guy off before he leaves their domain?
Make me an intelligence drive.
Intelligence drive.
Let's see how well you know these back roads just outside of your domain. Well, the coteries domain, anyway.
Yeah. Okay. That's 3 successes again.
You're pretty certain that if you take a couple of bends up and down the roads a little bit, you can cut them off.
Alright. Deja is going to head him off before he leaves the domain.
Now keep in mind the road that you're going to essentially cross, Yvette and Deja, is more or less the contested border of Keynes and Baron Santos' domain. And you both know that.
Okay. Deja's gonna try to head him off before he can get there.
Well, he's already on that side of the road.
Oh.
Yeah, he's already on that side of the street.
So he is no longer uncontested. Or is this here contested?
Like the street kind of more or less.
The street itself, but if
Yeah.
you're on this side of the sidewalk, it's Keynes. If you're on the other side, it's no longer Keynes. Do I understand this correctly?
That's correct.
Am I familiar with this or this person, I should presume? I'm simply noted
the style of the token, but
yeah, my bad.
They don't look familiar to you. Might be neighborhood, at least for the immediate vicinity. But aside from that, you don't recognize them.
Mm. Yvette will continue to be cautious, though following, making it very clear she ends up staying on Kane's side of the walk, so to speak. Though Deja has less of an issue with that, I am sure.
All right. So Deja, you know that by taking a couple of bends through the roads, by crossing the street, you know that you can head him off before going very deep into the domain, staying sort of towards the edge, the sort of in contest portion of these things. That
yeah. Deja is going to do the best she can not to impede, put herself into Baron Santos's domain, but still try to head the guy off.
Okay.
Get in front of him and see if she can slow him down.
I will call this a dex and drive, and you're going to, because Yvette's kind of sort of acting as a bit of a pincer maneuver, you're going to get a +1.
Okay.
Since she is kind of guiding him in this direction, more or less.
Alright. Dex drive. That is 3 successes.
Okay. You angle the truck that that cuts off one of these small sort of middle of the neighborhood alleyways that he seems to be going down. Yvette, you do see him going down this particular way, and you do see that Deja's truck does kind of pull into the street to head him off in that direction. And when you stop the truck in front of the alleyway, Deja, he just sort of stands there, his hands in his pockets. Just kind of cocks a brow at you.
Deja's gonna get out and... May I ask, are you? And what is your interest in my friend here?
Name's Magnus. I could ask the same about you.
My interest is my own. That's what your interest in.
My interest is my own.
Well, it involves my friend here, so I'm going to ask what your interest is in.
Have I committed a wrongdoing by simply observing something going on across the street from me?
I didn't say you'd done anything wrong. I just asked what your interest is.
I'm a passerby.
Might I roll a wits insight?
Are you coming up behind him, having walked down the alleyway as well?
I am.
Okay, then yeah, wits insight, if you'd like, for both of you.
All right.
I'll take the +1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I will give the +1 to Deja at this point because while I do have a specialty and all that fun stuff, I just trust Mojo Dice better than mine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
+1, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Okay. Let's see. Three success.
Okay, that I'm actually going to contest.
Yeah.
Three successes, meets it beats.
Damn it.
No, it means we're
Means
the
you.
ones who are aggressor.
Yeah.
That's his
Yeah.
defense roll, so we win on that one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something about it's off. Something about him is off, and you can't put your finger on it, though. Just something about those. Something about the way that he said it, the words he said. You're not sure which. Maybe it's his stance. It just smells fishy, and you're not sure why.
Why is it I don't believe you, Mr. Magnus?
You don't have to believe me.
True. In fact, I think it's best, Monsieur Magnus, if we just simply forget about this whole thing. And Yvette will end up calling for her discipline, as she does to end up hiding her fate in cloud memory.
Okay, make the roll. And it is intelligence resolve to resist.
Yep.
Come on.
I gotta try. I will re-roll those two. That's 4.
Okay. He's also going to reroll. Which he has.
So he needs both successes to succeed.
He has 2. Yep. Yeah, it's 4v4. And attacker wins.
And perhaps I think this would be the first time Deja has ever saw this maneuver specifically from Yvette.
Mm-hmm.
So when she says forget, she sees perhaps he takes a moment where he becomes hazy before she starts to get into... She starts walking towards the vehicle. Mademoiselle, perhaps now is a good time for us to leave.
Deja will follow you. And as they leave the scene, what the hell was that?
You do hear, before you get into the vehicle, a very loud sniff.
He pauses and turns, looking about.
That's going to be a manipulation subterfuge from you.
Manipulation subterfuge? Would hide emotions count in this?
No, he's not sensing your emotions. Let me see what the roll is on that, because I don't remember. I don't remember what the roll for Sense the Beast was.
It's a fantastic one.
It really is. I'm just pulling
Since
up.
the beast is
my book.
Animalism, resolve animalism plus or versus composure subterfuge.
Oh, it's composure subterfuge for you then.
Yeah.
Is that
Which is what I rolled.
Composure.
That's
Okay.
what you asked for. It was your resolve animalism you were asking about.
Yes. Here it is. Resolve and animalism.
You know what? I'm just glad to have 2 successes. Most people don't consider that a good roll with 4 dice, but for me, that's freaking phenomenal.
And he's got
And
4.
oh, I thought that was a crit. I'm like, he's got 6. I ain't beating that, no matter how much I have willpower at this point. Okay. But do I notice this? Like,
Oh,
it's very
it's very
pronounced.
audible sniff of the air as you're passing by. Thought so.
Pardon?
Just something seemed off about you.
Mwah. Now, whatever could that be?
I don't know. Just struck me as odd. Can't seem to recall.
Same thing, Mr. Magnus.
You're on the wrong side of the street.
We were simply observing, needing to know exactly who it was that was crossing or, pardon, one who was here along the border. I have no doubt you were doing as well. Just now.
Simply watching. You're the ones who came across the street.
We had to be sure what we were dealing with.
What
I am kind of.
Whatever did I do to spark your interest?
She simply. You are not the only one who is gifted.
So what's the plan here?
No plan. A simple meet and greet and be informal.
Formal.
Well, coming to you would seem to be the best way to go about it, wouldn't it? Or would you like to communicate by throwing paper airplanes across a busy street? Seems to be a waste of paperwork, but if that is more your preferred method, we can certainly do so.
No. No need for that. No, it's just, the usual. On a nightly basis, you should know.
Perhaps you were looking to feed.
Just patrolling. As is my duty.
To your baron.
You say that like she's not your Baron right now.
The region is in contesting. And at this exact moment, hostility is not the preferred method. It does us no good to end up doing so.
No, it's...
Though if you were wishing to end up attempting, I suppose it would not be the worst way to end up letting off some steam. Yvette kind of grips her case almost excitedly.
And you've been rolling your rolls at that -2 penalty, yes?
Actually, no, I have failed on that one. It just came to mind, so.
Hmm?
But, yeah.
Going forward.
Sorry,
You're good.
my bad.
Look, kid, you don't want to start with me.
Perhaps not. But you can't help for blaming a girl for being a little curious.
I can't tell if you actually have a death wish or not. You're slippery.
I am oftentimes told such things. Monsieur Magnus, it has been a pleasure to end up gracing your presence. But this moment, in lieu of trying not to advocate for hostility, we will then make our leave. I've learned what I needed to know. I believe the mademoiselle also has. And so?
Perhaps we'll run into each other patrolling again. Until then,
You had better hope not.
good evening.
Better hope not.
Why is that?
Because you cross this street again, I won't be so kind.
You are so kind right now.
Yeah, I'd hate to spoil the moment.
Is that what this is? A moment? A pleasure to share it with you then. Au revoir, Monsieur Magnus.
Get out.
And Deja will climb back into the truck.
And Magnus will start to walk as if he owns the place past the truck.
Deja will make her way back over to Baron Kane's side of the domain.
Yvette is trying to avoid fuming at this point. To be commanded by one who proclaims authority over her. It rubs her the wrong way. It brings out the violence she is capable of. And even as she gets into Deja's truck, she grips hold of her case, her nails threatening to pierce the steel of its hardened shell. And though her eyes face forward, just staring off into the distance, perhaps lost in thought and what actions could have just played out now. And maybe a small amount of disappointment that it has not.
Deja takes a moment, looks over at Yvette before she drives away. Do you need to go punch someone or something?
Oh, yes, you do.
Get this out of your system?
It is not of Mademoiselle Deja. I appreciate what it is that you are attempting to do. Truly, I do. It is You can see she's wrestling with thought back and forth in her head, back and forth, back and forth. And
It's all you can think about.
The only thing that is evidently clear is a confliction between how she wants to behave versus how she feels she has to behave. And it's very clear, the almost like a child, which is very unbecoming of Yvette.
You can say it's of no consequence, but I can see the battle that's waging in your mind at this moment, and I think we need to take care of that. I don't know how.
Now you just
I
want to
don't
rip
know
her
when.
throat out because she's talking so much.
Mademoiselle Deja, I appreciate the sentiment. I truly do. But I am... It would be considered undignified to cause a ruckus. I have no intention of injuring a pottery mate, despite all wishes to do so. There is a frustration bit by Monsieur Magnus, who would command me as though I were one of his lackeys, as though he was a elder who could command my very soul. Of this I take exception.
I can go drop you off in front of him if that's what you wish. I just simply meant, where can I take you so that you can take care of this before it becomes an issue.
You do still see him. He is still casually walking.
She pauses for a moment and snickers a bit. I think tonight is a fantastic time to go for a drink. She gestures and suggests one of the local watering holes that is within their domain. But there is very clearly more than just feeding on our mind. Perhaps a want to exercise in ways that Yvette is more accustomed.
Deja will make her way there.
All right. One of the local establishments being the Blind Pig Pub. Or are you going more towards 6th Street?
Oh no, the Blind Pig Pub pub will do just fine.
All right.
It is in fact perfect, given the recent events.
What are you looking for, Yvette? A bar fight?
Very much so. And it is surprisingly easy, especially for one such as Yvette. She walks up to a individual and proceeds to find this lone individual and will rouse the blood. There we go. To activate Mesmerize. This should appear to most as though they were having a casual conversation at this point. But the command is for this individual to do something, shall we say, socially inappropriate. One who would make this individual appear as the aggressor in this for what is to come.
And in retaliation for this inappropriate behavior, what do you do?
I'm going to shatter his arm and kneecap.
All
I'm
right.
going to end up twisting his arm into a pretzel and then dislocate it from socket, and proceed to end up being very clear that this was not the time to do so.
Inner Beast is really on board for this. It's in the thrill. You don't even have to roll. You do exactly as you intend. So much so that it's perfect. Perfect shatter of the kneecap. Shatter of the arm. Twist out of socket. Damage. Hurt. The screaming. The yelling from this individual and those around him sustain you.
I am on top of this individual. I place my hands around their throat. I lean in close. I would feed upon them, train them for all they're worth, to end up taking in and to satiate myself.
He deserves
I wish to end up making this continue all night, to be in power, to be alive, the throat literally in my hands.
You could crush it.
But I lean down and I simply say, forget. Whispered, so that only they may see. The crowd continues. She gets off before anybody ends up taking the time to record a video, some kind of bar fight or something the like that has gone horribly awry.
Before too long, the bartender, whom you've all met, has quickly gone to you, and is quickly getting the bouncer to come and escort you off the premises.
Myself?
Yes.
After what he has here done, and I'm sure the crowd will end up doing so, but I am not here to make a scene of it. I've already made the scene that I must. And I am removing myself, escorted by the bouncers. Is it one or several?
A couple. They're not be too forceful if you're cooperating.
Deja will stay behind for a second and tell the bartender he probably wants to call an ambulance for that meal before turning and catching up with Yvette.
Yvette will even go so far as to make small talk, discuss the intricacies of a armbar into a leg lock to invert it, discussing as though an academic, to end up speaking with these individuals, these two bartenders, or these two bouncers.
Still a slight grin. Slight sort of devilish grin.
Ironically, our lines of work are not too dissimilar. Perhaps I could teach you too. In time.
Quietly, they escort you to the front of the building.
Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure to end up making both of your acquaintances. I look forward to meeting you both again, and hopefully nothing so untoward will end up happening to me upon your premises. I'm not here to cause a fuss, after all.
No, certainly not.
Did Deja hear any of that conversation?
They barely spoke. It was Yvette who was talking, but you were able to follow close enough behind.
That's what I was asking. Did Deja hear any of what Yvette?
Yeah, the conversation she was having, more or less with herself uh about how to perform a takedown of sorts and uh render someone helpless, and then
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Once they get outside, Deja's gonna turn to Yvette. You sound an awful lot like my former drill instructor.
Pardon, Mademoiselle Deja, that you were correct. It was a requirement of needing to get a little bit of exercise, get the joints moving again, feel the thrill again.
You're pretty
It
proud of
is
yourself.
Let's say it was a bit more than that, but I'm glad you got that out of your system. Where to now?
My evening is tantalizingly free. At this point, I am. She leans back. I am almost at a loss, Mademoiselle Deja, you know. I do not think most anarchs of this city truly appreciate what it is that they are given. To exercise as you see fit, to exist as you do. I feel as though I have reclaimed a portion of myself and I don't know what it is.
Something you've been missing?
Mademoiselle Deja, she kind of sits. Maybe it's a bench or something along those lines, or maybe even just on the step of the truck, as I imagine the truck is one of the big ones that require a step to actually get in, given Deja's vocation. She sits down. Mademoiselle Deja. Go ahead.
Deja will take a spot near, but not too close.
You said that I end up reminding you of your drill instructor?
Yeah. Yes, indeed you do. He would often talk almost as philosophically as you, takedowns and breakdowns of each of our moves and how, well, who had the better hand in that moment.
15 pounds of pressure? That's all it takes.
8 to 10 would break most bones.
I am... Mademoiselle Deja, if I may expound upon something. What do you understand of my clan? Do you understand anything of the Ventru? I have to apologize. I'm unsure of the education that most fledglings such as yourself would receive upon or here in America.
That is intelligence occult, right?
Yep, intelligence occult.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Okay. That is 4 successes.
Okay. The Ventru hold themselves, even in anarch situations like Mr. Ball or those like him, hold themselves to a high degree of sort of professionalism. And while Mr. Ball is obviously a sort of casual example of a Ventru, the times that you've met Jacques or interacted with Yvette, they're definitely stricter when it comes to their professionalism. That much is evident and very very easy to pick up on. Not to say that other clans don't have that sort of professionalism, but it's almost as if their self-worth tends to be tied up in it. And so a lot of what a Ventru does in their day-to-day lives is their job. Whatever job they're on, they're professional. They are quick to act and quick to see a project done. That much you know, given
Right.
given that you've met Mr. Ball. Something that most anarchs probably wouldn't be aware of is that whether it's just your intuition kind of sinking into it, or if it's just a common thread that you're picking up on from the different venture that you're seeing, it's very cultural to them to be workaholics like that.
Deja would share the observation she's made with the knowledge that she had, what minimal as it is, about venturing with you that.
Mademoiselle, your instincts, your observations are well founded. But at this moment, in my veins, I am shared at the blood of great conquerors, generals, bishops, even the Pope, if you believe the stories. Individuals who have crafted themselves into great individuals in time. And then there is one, little more than a ghoul, who at some point has earned their embrace, but of no noble stock, of no lineage worth remembering. A de La Fontaine. And yet, I was gifted with the embrace of a Ventru. This gift, however, implies that I am to be something far more than simply a observer, more than just a passerby. I look at every circumstance and I ask, should I permit this? And I struggle so frequently with what I allow to permit, what I observe, what I know. Every moment I interact with any person. If I wanted to, I could have made Magnus walk the street through traffic to end up being on the wrong side of the line. If I wanted to, I could have had Mademoiselle Pax fire the bullet into my chest herself. If I wanted, I could. I could make them do anything. If I wished it.
And boy, do I wish it.
And I do wish it. But I try. In respect to Baron King and the coterie and yourself, Mademoiselle Deja. To not dictate terms. So I feel as though, Constant, I am a caged animal. One who is permitted small morsels. One who very rarely allows themselves to simply embrace one's nature. I rarely get to enjoy a meal, Mademoiselle Deja. In truth, most of the kind, the very thought upon feeding upon them makes me violently ill. And I do so without complaint. I do so without judgment. I try, also I try to honor the position that you and Lupe and Alastair, Pax, all hold. And I try so hard to do so. And I feel as though I am making myself small to acquiesce into that. And until that exact moment, in the snapping of bone, did I realize just how much I am caged for an attempt to be better in the eyes of the anarchs. And every moment I fight that nature, that comes to me so easy.
I'll say if this is your nature, put it very well. A long time.
But not once. Not once have I made a demand of you or the coterie to do as what is in my nature.
No,
And I feel suffocated by it, Mademoiselle Deja.
What can I do to help alleviate this?
I am doing as you had requested earlier. Speaking my mind, my truest mind. Something I don't even offer Mademoiselle Pax.
I do appreciate it. So do we need to make this a regular thing?
I would prefer not.
I don't mean it like that. You come see me when you need to blow off some steam and take you out for an evening on town, so to speak.
I, in truth, find a thrill of doing what I did, and yet an embarrassing moment for me. I am embarrassed because it was petty. It was small-minded. It was a whim that I felt the need to exercise in a way that no longer was just here is how to channel my nature for the benefit of the coterie. No, that was pour moi.
Sometimes we've got to let the beast off the leash. Let them have their way.
Let me free.
If I were to do so, Mademoiselle Deja, then you would all have a true reason to be fearful of me. She takes a minute.
Let it out. Let me out. Let it out. Let it out. I want to let it out. I'm caged. I want to be free.
In truth, this child of Malkav, who has earned a small modicum of insight to one such as I, such things in Camarilla would be considered a faux pas.
Goes against Dignitas.
I would imagine for one of your kind, it doesn't matter if your Camarilla still considered faux pas.
You have seen me act out on a whim, and I am commanded by a value that no longer values me to do so. To not just go with this whim. Yet, Mademoiselle Deja, I find myself at a loss at this point. In truth, I must reflect a honorable court under Baron K to showcase a reason, to showcase a grace, a calmness, a certainty. When the wind blows, I am to stand. When the walls cave in, I am to hold. And I am to remain demure and reserved in all things. To act with the dignity expected of my clan. In the Anarchs, I hold this to be true still. Because if I did not, I am unsure on what would be more terrifying. The idea of me becoming the worst of myself, or to realize just how much I enjoy being able to shatter the shoulder and the leg of a kine on a whim, to enact my own cruelties, to take the minds and memories of those around me, to take whatever it is I will, to have them do as I wish. Even yourself, Mademoiselle Deja, I am terrified of this. And there is a strong portion of me that would make you forget that we had this conversation. If only for my own peace of mind.
do understand that. As I said, sometimes we've got to give those beasts a little bit of a room and rope to run and do as they will, or it does drive us insane. My clan a bit more than yours. I'm told eventually I'll resemble nothing of the woman you see before, at least mentally. I don't know how long it takes for that to happen, but I have been assured it will happen.
Perhaps it already has. Mademoiselle Deja, she stands.
Yes.
I thank you very much for this moment, and I will take your advice to heart. And it's at that point she looks Deja in the eye.
Deja doesn't meet her gaze. She looks near her face, but she does not meet her gaze.
I believe that is a +1 then for you.
Yep, she's still going to attempt.
That's fine. What is it?
Resolve and intelligence.
Oh.
I know this is gonna fail because it's Mojo dice.
She just doesn't get it.
Resolve intelligence. Okay.
Resolve intelligence. You gotta beat a 5.
Okay. Well, there's 7 dice, so we'll see.
That is a bestial crit on my part.
Yep.
Another one. Shit. Give us a second. Give me dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Why did I try?
That's 7 successes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna willpower that one die because at the very least I'm not going to take a bestial crit.
Okay.
Come on. Oh, I didn't add the extra die either.
How many successes was that on you, Deja?
7 without the extra die.
Okay. 7 so far. Okay. Do you try to fake it, Deja? Do you... Well, I guess the question is, do you know what she's doing?
I do not, but having seen what she just did twice,
You have a clue.
I have an idea.
Yep, you have a clue. So, you can choose to try and fake it if you would like, or you can straight up just bulldoze through it.
She's bulldozing through it, but I think she would try and fake it.
Okay, then that is going to be a manipulation and subterfuge on your part.
It's like my worst roll. Okay, we can do this.
I guess that's versus wits insight.
What is your half? What is your take half for
Difficulty 2.
2? Okay.
That's 2 successes on 2 dice.
I guess in this case, Deja would be the aggressor, so Yvette is convinced that it'll work. After giving a moment for the
days to wear off.
Mademoiselle Deja, I believe that I am sorry, did I bore you?
Not at all.
Pardon, sometimes discussing logistics of a what it requires to even get the investment into the farm can be tedious at times. Perhaps we should call
Where
it
are we
a
going?
meet. Oh, I
What are we?
was I was simply in the saying perhaps you should drive me back to the farm so I can get my vehicle, and I wanted to thank you very much for a pleasant evening.
Indeed, I appreciate the company. I'm glad I was able to help. Um, yeah.
I've taken a lot of what you had to say to heart. Yvette smiles a little bit as though amused that Deja will never understand the irony. Ironically, Yvette doesn't understand the irony of the situation.
Well, it has been an eventful evening. I will, yes. I do need to get back to the farm. And, we will make our way back to the farm now.
Okay. Into the farm you go. And I believe that is where we're going to take a quick break. And potentially be back with more shenanigans from Deja and Yvette. We'll be back soon, everyone. Get some snacks and some drinks. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everyone, to Austin by Starlight, episode 24. Yvette and Deja have made their way back to Deja's farm on the outskirts of the city. About an hour outside of the sort of main downtown area. And maybe are sharing, a quiet moment together on the drive. The previous encounter that Yvette sharing a bit of herself with Deja and then making her forget, or so she believes. The two carry on with that assumption that Deja has forgotten everything that Yvette has said, in kind of spilling her guts, as it were. But the two come back to the farm, and Deja, you don't have to trigger your innate senses to get an understanding that there is a very familiar apparition standing at the gate. The gate that leads into the rest of the farm plot.
Dacia will stop before they get to the gate, a few feet away, and then get out and walk over to him.
Yvette, you see nothing.
Daddy?
Hey, baby doll.
What's going on?
Figured I'd catch you as you're driving back.
I had to help somebody with something.
How did that go?
For this friend, better than the last time I helped a friend. I ain't bringing nobody's back. So,
That's a
again,
good thing.
better than the last time I had to help a friend.
Well, the less you have to do that, the better.
I'd rather not have to do that at all, but sometimes it's necessary.
Sometimes it's necessary. You gotta do what you gotta do. Oh, I see you found my watch.
I did. Ida's been holding on to it.
Ida.
Yeah, I found it after you died. I asked him.
Well, he's, well, he has his strengths. He's good at what he does, and not a whole lot else.
But like Angelique, he honors his word. He always does what he says he's going to. I haven't seen you in months, Daddy. Why are you here? And she closes her eyes and puts her head in her hands. Because the last time she saw him, things didn't end quite so well.
Well, I've been keeping an eye. And see him making this place pretty self-sufficient.
I'm trying.
Doing more than trying.
I'm just doing the best I can.
Luck certainly seems to be with you then.
Luck, is that what it is?
Maybe. He kind of gives you a knowing wink. You did always have your mama's good luck.
Sometimes knowing shit's gonna happen helps too.
That too.
Did Mama have that too?
Yeah. She always had strange gut feelings.
Is that why she named me Deja? Like she
Yeah,
was literally living deja vu?
I think so. She insisted. I wasn't about to fight her on it. Happy wife, happy life.
Smart man.
But at first it was just kind of humor in her. After a while, it made sense. After a while, I learned to trust her gut. If she had a gut feeling about something going wrong, then I took her word for it.
She never gave you the winning lottery, did she?
She was never that precise.
I'm told some of us can. I don't know. I don't know personally. I just been in situations that I knew certain things were gonna happen, and if I didn't get out of there, it was gonna get bad. So I saved my ass overseas.
I'm glad it did.
Some days I'm not so sure, Daddy.
Why?
If I hadn't, you'd still be here.
I don't say that.
And as she says that, a single tear starts rolling down her.
And he kind of reaches up his sort of non-corporeal hand and attempts to wipe it away. But you could feel that slight bit of cold kind of rub against your face. That sort of marshmallowy feel of his hand.
She reaches up and just holds his hand.
I know you'll regret it, darling.
More than I could ever say.
But I ain't finished here yet. And you ain't finished here yet either. Whatever it was that gave you a second chance.
Yeah.
How could I say that's not a blessing?
It don't feel like one.
Maybe.
You know how Mama used to say that Some days it was a blessing, some days it was a curse.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like more of them days the curses than the blessings. Not, not that part of it, just what brought me back, what gave me a second chance.
I don't even know what happened to you that day.
It's all a blur, honestly.
But enough about
Bless.
that. We don't need to be talking about things that gonna put you in tears.
She wipes her eyes as a second tear starts to roll down the other side. But I ain't done yet. What you mean?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. I'm meant to be looking out over here
Always
until
were.
otherwise. I don't know, maybe
What,
some kind of message from God or some.
what I don't know. You can call it whatever you want, Daddy. And she will hug him again.
And he wraps his arms around you. But everything is gonna be fine on the farm here now.
That's good to know.
I mean, you built it like I did. You better.
Like I said, I'm working, trying to bring it back to what it was.
I think you got plenty of animals that it'll handle for a while.
Uh, we got enough going on, but I had to hire two more hands.
Exactly. Hadn't had to do that in a decade.
Yeah, I plan to get it back to what it was when Granddaddy was running. That's my plan, anyways.
There was a lot of animals back then.
When an empty pen on the farm.
Mm-hmm. There's plans to build another one, but that never happened.
Luck, you say? I've been luckier than most and walked away from shit I shouldn't have. But sometimes it turns on you and nothing you can do but play the hands you've been dealt.
Well, you gotta know when to hold them. You gotta know when to fold them.
Sometimes you gotta know when to slip the right card in too. Don't get caught. So,
Who's your friend?
Daddy, that's a vet.
Your
She's
vet.
one of them.
Uh,
She's from across the pond, Daddy.
Yvette's looking a little bit confused. Um, she may have been standing there for perhaps the past 2 minutes holding a handkerchief extended to Mademoiselle Deja, but she is looking at Mademoiselle Deja. She does not seem to be showcasing any visual interest in this apparition. Um, but when she is prompted, oh, pardon, um, it is good to make your acquaintance, monsieur. She's not 100% sure if Deja has not completely snapped at this point, but she will make the most of it, if not being a bit concerned, clearly, as a Malkavians want to do oftentimes, is to, well, end such discussions violently.
Sounds French.
She is, Daddy. Like I said, she's a friend from across the pond. She hadn't been here too long.
You looking out for her too?
Trying to. She looks out for me too.
I think I could see that. Yeah.
She's really handy with a sword, apparently. Not that there's much call for that these days, but
No. No, there's not. Not a whole lot of that going on.
she's a good friend to have.
Well, then I'm glad you found her.
We just kind of got thrown together and it's kind of sink or swim, and she's helping me stay afloat, so.
Well, that's good.
For the first time since she started this conversation,
Sorry, what was that? I missed some of it.
Yeah, I feel like I missed something too.
I said for the first time in this conversation, she pauses and looks at Yvette.
Yvette looks utterly confused. She is holding out a handkerchief for the blood that is currently leaking from your eye.
Seeing the handkerchief, she'll take the handkerchief and wipe the tears from her face.
She can't see this, can she?
Looking at the expression on Yvette's face, the confusion, the slight bit of worry that's tinging her eyes, like wondering if she's actually gone off the deep end yet. She turns back and says, I don't think she can. I don't think she can hear you either.
No, Mademoiselle Deja, I unfortunately cannot. In my experience, most specters of sorts make themselves known elsewhere or in other methods. This is unusual for myself, and I'm trying to be patient and understand. But no, I do not see nor hear him.
He wants you to know it's a pleasure making your acquaintance as well.
I was unaware that your papa was a gentleman.
Indeed. Taught me everything I know about it, as far as that goes, and he learned from Granddaddy.
You should be honored to have such strong roots and such admirable teachers.
He's the one that taught me never leave the house without at least a timepiece and a solid knife.
Well,
And you're wearing
at
a
least
solid timepiece on your wrist now.
I am. It's a whole lot prettier than that phone I carry in my back pocket, too. I, well, he also said to thank you for, and that you're a blessing, watching out for me and taking care of me as well.
I am unsure if he can hear me.
He can indeed.
Monsieur, it is my duty to look over Mademoiselle Deja, to ensure their well-being and their prosperity in this city given her recent condition. I am what one would refer to as a steward, and I honor my contracts accordingly. I will do all I can to end up keeping that contract fulfilled. My only hope is that this could bring you some semblance of peace, given the unfortunate state of things.
Well, Asia, your friend, talks like she's being paid to protect you. If you hired her, you hired her. But, I'm hoping she makes a better friend.
Well, I haven't hired her, I can assure you. And she treats everything as if it's a business contract. Whether it is or not. Whether she considers me friend. And a much needed one in this, uncertain time.
But you're gonna need all the friends you can get.
She's told me we've added another, so it makes 5 of us. How many more do I need?
At least be friendly. Don't always have to be friends, but friendly.
As far as I know, as far as I know, I'm still friendly with the Dawn, and that hasn't changed. Arrangements have been continuing as if you were still running the place.
Good. Good. He kind of seems to lose focus a little bit and starts staring off into the distance, into the trees. Something about the wind's changing. As far as you can tell, it's not a very it's a very calm breeze, like barely any wind at all.
Right, and as he stares off into the distance with that 1,000-yard stare, she takes another look at Yvette. Is she still as confused and worried?
Perhaps more so. She is, well, to be perfectly frank, she's going along with this more on a concern of what you might do if she were to just suddenly confess that she's unsure if you are actually speaking with the departed or if you have in fact lost your mind. Both of which are would be prudent to entertain.
Not discounting that at all, but no. says we need all the friends we can get. The winds are changing.
What does the wind have to do with your given circumstance?
Deja is kind of lost thought at the question, trying to figure out how to phrase it. You know how sometimes money is called a windfall?
No, I cannot end up saying I have ever heard that expression.
Okay.
You'll
Well,
have to pardon, mademoiselle. I am not as accustomed to your American slang as
okay. No need. The same winds that can bring such a windfall can turn against you and bring something not as advantageous. What he's talking about, I don't know. But the meaning behind it is that it looks like we might be getting into things that we need more God.
very well then.
Beyond that, I can't be any more specific.
You'll have to pardon me for my ignorance upon the term.
No need. As I said, the same fortunes that bring such things as a windfall or sudden large sum of money just dropping into your lap can turn the other way.
I will keep that in mind, mademoiselle. She just starts looking to where Deja's been looking, like she's trying to look for any evidence that something's there, be it footprints, maybe a leaf hits on something that isn't visible to her. She's trying to end up finding any reason to really believe that this is more than the potential madness of a Malkavian, as they are often wont to do.
Make me a wits awareness. Or resolve, your choice.
Very well.
You kind of been staring at in this direction this whole time.
Not much better one way or the other. So, one success.
Do you want a willpower? How badly do you want to know?
Even if I were to willpower it with that, it would be a willpower for a single chance for a 2-dot success. So I don't see any real benefit, and already she's tapped in 3 out of her 6 willpower. So she wants to believe, but she can't discount that her dad might not just simply say, "You're going to need to kill the Frenchie," and Deja will do it. Because that is a distinct possibility at any given point when you are dealing with a Malkavian.
Uh, as he's staring off still, I'm assuming Deja's going to lean over and whisper, "Tell me something about it that I don't know that I can to her that you'll still hear. That I haven't just lost my mind."
Baby doll, you have lost your mind.
I haven't lost all my marbles yet. There's a hole in the bag, I'm sure, but I haven't lost all of them yet.
No, there's still a few clanking around in there. be careful.
Always. And as he says that, she turns to, I guess you're just gonna have to take my word. I don't have anybody here that could see him. I don't have anybody else that I'm just losing the last few marbles I have.
It is what it is, mademoiselle.
Well, I've got my rounds to do, baby doll.
She reaches out for one last hug.
And when you watch Yvette, you do see that Deja does seem to lean some of her weight into something. She's not carrying all of her own weight in this moment. But maybe she's just that practiced at this sort of trick.
Her eyes change to fascination as she observes. My, how curious. Monsieur, she says. She's not sure if she's looking in the right direction or not.
He does stop at Yvette's words, whether she can't see him or though.
Monsieur, you this is going to sound ridiculous. You embraced Mademoiselle Deja, oui? You held her, oui?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Is he? You are a petite figure, Mademoiselle Deja. Could he perhaps lift you in embrace?
He hadn't done it since I was 13, but...
I ain't as strong as I used to be.
If only for a moment.
Can you?
I'll see what I can do. And he, like he would when you were, older than 13 and try to lift you. Obviously, there's a bit of strain because he died an old man. But Deja, you do lift slightly off of the ground. Before he immediately drops you back down.
She immediately says, "Merci, monsieur. Merci, merci."
Don't hurt your back, Daddy.
Told you, these old bones ain't what they used to be.
I'm aware.
Monsieur, merci. It is. What does he need, Mademoiselle Deja? In truth, what is it that he needs?
She looks to Daddy.
I don't know yet. I'm something. Just be careful. That's all I really feel at the moment.
Alright. She'll convey that message to Yvette. And, you'll know when I know.
Very well. It will be,
If she's
it
a
will be as
bodyguard like she says she is, then all I ask is that she protect you.
He says if you are what you claim to be, that you continue to do what you told him you are here to do.
upon my blood as Lacroix. It will be so.
I'm gonna hold you to it.
He holds you to that.
I would expect no less of a man of honor.
I mean, if something happened to my baby girl, I'm gonna make your life a living hell.
He says you don't want to find out what if you don't.
I would think that would be implied without saying, but nevertheless, I believe you, Mademoiselle Deja. I believe you.
And you see the biggest smile she's had on her face.
Well, I'm sure you got shit you got to do, so go and get. And he
And
kind of starts to walk away, and Deja disappear from your sight.
when he disappears, Deja will turn back to the truck. And as I said, when she turns back to Yvette, you see the biggest smile she's ever had on her face.
What is it that makes you so happy, Mademoiselle?
That you believe me? You don't think I've just lost my ever loving fucking mind? That I'm not
Mademoiselle?
just sitting out here talking to the wind?
Mademoiselle? I believe you. That I hope is enough. I do believe you.
It's more than I ever hoped for, but all I ever asked. Let's get you back to your car. Sure you've got other things to do tonight. I've still got a few more rounds to make and a few other things to check on.
If that
And,
is what you wish, then it shall be done.
Deja will walk back to the truck.
All right. And Yvette, you're free to walk back to your car.
I will
Where
do so.
and where are each of you off to?
Deja is headed back to the house, to the farm. She is going to continue with what it is that Daddy would do in the evenings before 2 a.m. Checking on the hogs, checking the fences, making sure everybody's where they're supposed to be, making sure everybody's fed.
Mm-hmm. All right. Continuing with the farm rounds. And Yvette, where are you off to? Who are you off to go see?
I am of mixed opinion. I want to end up going to see Jennifer. She is a touchstone who has aided me in gravitating towards the Anarchs. But at this exact moment, Yvette has just been struck with a deal. Now that she believes Mademoiselle Deja, she is perhaps reconsidering her approach to discuss the goings on amongst the farm. Go and check on the records to see what it was that this man, her papa, was about. She remembers a discussion about the Don. She did not hear the other side of it, but it was made very clear that this was something that once belonged or was in business with the Don. And given the implications of recent events and other huntings, there's perhaps more to this than earlier thought. So she's going to investigate.
Where does your investigation start, Miss LaCroix?
Beginning with public records.
Public records.
I will be spending time researching what it is. Who was it that owned the farm beforehand? Deja's father? And who owned the land? All public documents that she can go. She has no doubt that what once was there was scrubbed away, at least in the finer details. But sometimes also what is important is what is not there. She is no stranger to the concealment of, well, such things is not strange to her. We'll just leave it at that.
Deja, what is your father's last name? I don't recall.
Give me a see if or I sent it.
I don't recall because I don't have it on my notes.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember because I could have swore I sent it. But that's been so long ago.
Yeah.
If you want to, let's see.
Because Deja doesn't go by a last name, so.
No, she's never gone by last name. Even in the military, she was just Deja, and they didn't like that. I can't find it myself.
That's okay. We'll come back to it another time. But
yeah.
Yeah, you would. It would clearly be, first name is Elias, last name is going to be on the records. I just don't have it. I just don't have it saved because I don't recall what it is. But that would be on the ownership records, and they correct me if I'm wrong, Mojo, but I think he would have left it in his will to you.
Yes.
So she has full ownership of it now.
As far back as the records would go, it would be his father and then grandfather as the original owner of the land.
So it goes back 4 generations.
Yes.
And so that would be what's available on public record for the property. As far as that goes, what else are you researching? What else are you looking for?
Primarily, I am looking for. Let me actually double check something because this actually depends on how I started Yvette. But she's not the greatest investigator.
Right.
She's quite aware of this, but she can try and end up getting a preliminary, here's everything I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps somebody who is better at this.
Right. She knows how to compile a list of information she needs.
So,
Okay.
what she's looking for, and because she is familiar with kindred,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's not just her father, it's her grandfather. It's how far back, and loosely is this correlated with the dawn over multiple generations?
Okay.
She is also looking for cause of death.
Okay.
This is passed over. This implies there was a body,
Mm-hmm.
and if there wasn't, that suddenly brings a few red flags. But again,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
this is a case of her trying to get a better understanding, and it starts with what's on public record.
Public record for the first generation to own to own the property uh, died of natural causes, passed it on to their son. That son also died of natural causes, passed it on to his son, which would be Elias. And then Elias was declared missing 5 years ago. And his living will was then put in place, which put Deja in charge of the property.
So, that because at this point she is suspecting the foul play of the Don and trying to end up ascertaining if that is, or at least see if that is a possible.
It's plausible.
There is also a concern, a grave bit of misfortune. If he is dead, and he was tied into the Don, does Pax have anything to do with such a thing?
It is plausible. It's a hypothesis.
And so she is compiling what information she can in order to begin answering or asking questions pertinent to this investigation.
In searching in public records as well, trying to follow a trail on things of a sort of criminal and nefarious sort of trail as well, to try and link the two together. You would obviously find nothing explicit, but Mexican cartel has definitely been in and out of Texas very predominantly over the last 200 years or more. You would know that for a fact, as there's many cartel members who are in and out of Texas, crossing the border, those who are members in Texas, those who are members in Mexico, that have that have been arrested and or extradited or convicted in the US and punished there. There's records of these sorts of things happening in newspaper articles and things like that going back that far. For cartel, and you know that the Don has a very thick Spanish accent. To the
Yes. Pax has, I believe, made mention that it was not in our best interest to become rivals with the cartel.
mm-hmm.
Our allegiances to the Don would make sense in that regard. So, with that in mind, I think it's best to begin observing what it is I can. I start to compile a list of names, dates, ownership records, criminal history. And then a thought perhaps crosses her mind. Is it possible and she will try to correlate or see if there is a correlation between uh, possible smuggling operations and sudden, shall we say, a sudden windfall gained by the fun. Yvette is trying
In
to ascertain if it is possible that before Deja was even born, this farm was already being used to smuggle people through.
in that case, let me make that a skill check for you because there might be some appropriate information here. That is going to be resolve and academics. Because you're reading through lots and lots of headlines of lots of articles. Going through public records. Because they've saved newspapers for the past 100 and so years.
I actually realized there's a mistake on my character sheet, but we'll end up forgetting that one for now, and I'll deal with it afterwards. So let's just see what we can get. One, I will willpower this. This is important.
Or you can succeed at a cost.
Oh, okay. I will definitely take the succeed at a cost. Even if I didn't just immediately do that because I only have one success, best I can hope for is two. If I can get more out of it, then I will definitely hear the cost.
You'll have an unexpected visitor.
I will take it.
Okay. So, looking through the records, trying to do some piecing together, because you tend to get a little bored reading through a lot of things very quickly. So reading through these headlines going back so far, you're starting to piece it together. There is correlation with a rival gang headline where they somebody, maybe they were a big name for that particular gang or something, but somebody gets arrested and the farm isn't explicitly written about as far as, a windfall, but you see over time in the public records there is a higher and higher declaration of wealth as the business starts to grow. You see that that Deja's granddad, for instance, had multiple local butcheries, multiple chain grocery stores, and like you heard out of character, that the farm got to the point where it was extremely successful in in the local area and with some of the chain grocery stores, that their pork was highly sought after in the state of Texas. There was, of course, a downfall as certain recessions and certain depressions in the economy started to happen. But in the period of that time, even then, they still floated pretty well. They didn't seem to suffer very much. That the sort of things they almost seemed slightly immune to. That the business was always doing very well. Obviously, things started to go down very quickly just before Deja's father's disappearance, and has since seen a very meager sort of rebuilding as a result of Deja now. But in all of that history as well, there has been a lot of um, successful apprehensions of gang members or disappearances, like criminal disappearances that just got everybody forgot about because the criminal disappeared, or things of that sort that just seem to kind of go away as a coincidence in time frame. And kind of thinking about the Dawn's business being, very underground, very much into smuggling, drugs, potentially human trafficking, question mark, that you get the sense that if they're not dumping bodies in the river, they're dumping bodies at the pig farm. Because pigs will eat anything. This is as a kind of random fact that you know.
Perhaps. But perhaps there was more to it. I'm suspecting as such at this exact moment.
What are you suspecting? Give us an idea what Yvette's thoughts are in this regard.
Her father, the family, has held the farm for some time. And if I understand this, correct me if I'm wrong, that farm has been in the family almost as long as I understand the Don to be in this vicinity.
So far as you know. Yep.
Its growth corresponds to the ebb and flow of the cartel business. It also, strangely enough, could be explained with, what is the word? It is odd how it is that Deja may have come to be. I am curious if Deja's embrace Malkavian and the fact that Pax is Malkavian. Both are tied up in the cartel of the Hecata. So who exactly is Deja's sire? Who is it that caused her embrace? How does it involve the Don? I'd be curious to know. What does the Hecata have to do with the Malkavians? And then perhaps a stray thought, one that can't be possible, and yet perhaps should be entertained. Two Malkavians operating for the Dawn? Is their relation more than simply working for the Dawn? Who is whose sire? Curiosity. And if there is a relation, to whom is it? The Baron has never made mention outside of Pax of having any allyship with the clan Malkavian. And yet, at this exact moment, he has two.
And you know of a third. Madame Alexandrov. Supposedly Deja's sire.
Definitely a person I would like to meet. Knowing what I know now.
Deja might be able to arrange that.
Perhaps. She packs up what she knows, tries to keep it piecemeal, not showcasing her thoughts in any way that is overtly obvious. But she does give herself a curiosity. What does it all mean? She packs what records she can, placing it in the case along with her weaponry, to be sure that it never leaves her side. Proceeds to leave the office to take a moment for herself as she begins to decompress, compile the information. She's in need of answers.
And just as you're leaving, you accidentally shoulder check someone. Kind of lost in thought for a moment, you accidentally bump shoulders with them.
Pardon.
Excuse me.
And she stops. And are we in, I'm presuming we are in public, but is there anyone actually around?
Not immediately.
She looks, takes a step back, lowers her head just a little, but her eyes remain on the figure in front of her. Dark-haired beauty, leather vest.
Tall.
Certainement. Giantess in some regard. Baron Santos. My apologies.
I was not aware we'd been acquainted.
I am acquainted with you well enough. And I have no doubt you already suspect who I am.
The Frenchie.
Formerly Yvette Lacroix.
LaCroix. That's right. Rumors have been getting around about a LaCroix in the city.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
The pleasure is mine.
Pardon, I am taken aback.
It's not every day that you see someone who claims that name knowing the history.
No, it certainly isn't.
You're brave.
Certainly not. I am... But I feel it is more honest. Would you be more upset if you were to discover this after decades without? Then you would feel betrayed, oui?
Generally speaking, I try not to think of anything regarding the Ventru.
It is understandable. And I am sorry to have plagued your evening as such.
You seem rather busy.
Occupational hazard.
I'm sure.
I must admit, for meeting you face to face for the first time,
It has been far too long since a new coterie was banded together under Kane's domain, and I just didn't care. But now I'm intrigued. Now that I finally met one. Welcome to Austin, Miss LaCroix.
your greeting is heartwarming. Truly, I am appreciative the way that most, what was it my coterie mate once said, for those across the pond, I believe is the term. They describe you as, I am more than happy to know that such a depiction of Americans is grossly over exaggerated.
Oh, trust me, we can be just as hot-tempered as we are kind. It depends on who you meet. Texans especially. Could have both sides of the coin on the same person. Like myself, for instance.
Yes, like yourself. Tell me, mademoiselle, is
Please,
it
just Vicky.
Yvette? Vicky? Um, she pauses, like as if just trying to say somebody's first name gets caught in her throat. Vicky.
She kind of grins a little bit, seeing the unease coming from you.
I am. I am simply here to get a better understanding of Austin as a city. I am not a long-standing kindred such as yourself,
No.
and so I am unfamiliar with its history.
Well, why didn't you
Only
just say so?
so.
I'm sure that Baron Kane would be happy to educate you on the history of Austin as he sees it.
But then he would not tell me how you see it.
No. Do you want my opinion? Do you want my version?
I think it is at the very least a point of politeness to at least listen to what you have to say, Vicky.
And what should I expect in return? Information doesn't come free.
An opinion for an opinion? At this exact moment, we are not tearing at each other or acting like rabid animals.
I tend to
Let's
try and
fight
avoid
now.
that.
As would I. We
It's hard
already
enough
have that thing
already.
in common. So, what is this history that you see it?
The simple truth. Cain is a hack. Pretends to be civil and just and equality. Blah blah blah. But at the core of him, he's still Sabat. He still rattles against that cage. A cage he built for himself. Plays to appease the Ventru.
Appease the Ventru? I would think that it is the Ventru who must appease Baron Cain.
Have you seen the way that he kowtows to Ball's every whim? No, the real puppet is Cain. The real puppeteer is Mr. Ball.
So my arrival must cause you concern?
A little
As rumors have
suspicious.
You view him as a pretender?
He is a pretender. Pretending to be Camarilla, pretending to be Anarch, pretending to be something he's not. Doesn't matter. He's a fake. He's a hack. He doesn't actually care about his constituents. All he cares about is getting his wealth and sitting upon his pile and hoard like a dictator. Kind as he may seem.
With the arrangements, as far as I understand, he makes for a powerful foe when paired with the Hecata.
Paired with Hakata?
A random thought for consideration.
The Hakata declare themselves independent and really don't care about squabbles. And from what I understand about Don Hernandez, he only gives a shit about his people.
This is true.
So,
So
if Cain and I were to go at each other's throats, he wouldn't give two shits.
You have offered some wonderful insight. So allow me to return the favor. Vicky.
Fire
The
away.
coterie I am a part of also contains a member of Don Hernandez's family.
That was also a rumor going around.
Now you have confirmation.
Pax Cassetta.
Not of his blood.
That much I knew. She's a little famous around here.
On this side? Or upon your side of the city? She must have made quite the impression.
If torture is what you mean by impression, then yes.
I have seen her work.
She has destroyed kind and kindred as a result.
And you have not.
I'm not saying that I'm innocent in this.
That is not what I am asking, Vicky. I am many things. But if you are truly as concerned about the Ventru operating in the domain of Cain, then allow me to play the part appropriately. Even if all you say is true, I have absolutely no doubt if it were within your capability, without causing too much of a fuss, you would have my head removed from my shoulders for simply being exactly that, Ventru. But you can answer a question that I could never get from Monsieur Bob.
And that would be?
She gestures to a seat and pulls out a seat for Vicky.
Takes a seat, kind of crosses a leg, kind of sits a little casually. She's got some nice boots. Oh. Be right back, YouTube. Welcome back, everyone. As Vicky was saying, and what would that be?
What it means to be anarch? I clearly cannot ask this question of Monsieur Ball, nor of the current resident, Baron Kane. You profess to be the real deal, and so with that in mind, you seem to be the only one who would actually give me an answer to that question.
What does it mean to be a true anarch? What does that mean for an individual?
In my time amongst the anarchs, I have observed a odd phenomena on how oftentimes they will form into qu'est-ce que c'est le word? Cliques. Like coterie.
Mm-hmm.
But up until just now, they are those I assist in any way possible. But according to you, none of them can answer that question. One that I believe you are an authority upon.
To be an
After all,
anarch is to have a cause. Lots will tell you that it's a cause against the Camarilla. It's a cause against the restraints of our elders. It is specifically a versus the Camarilla sort of thing, but no, it's broader than that. To be an anarch means freedom. To pursue freedom. Whatever freedom means to you. As a former member of the Camarilla myself, ages and ages ago, before even being anarch was considered a viable option, one simply struggled. As I'm sure you're aware. I know. I know. Not again. Oh, I still hear you.
I can hear you, but I see a freezing of the screen upon the broadcast.
Oh, nuts.
Perhaps your internet is
Borked.
got it. Get out of your vet's voice now.
Well, it's back now. Here we go. But yes, to be an anarch is to pursue freedom. Simply, that is all it is.
free from... So how is it that one would free themselves from their own blood?
From your own blood?
You said it yourself. Belongs to the Ventru. This is what you have said. The Baron Kane is a puppet. Monsieur Bon. Monsieur Bon belongs to the Ventru, and the Ventru are that of the Camarilla.
This is very true.
Yet here before you is a Ventru who fled to America to have a chance amongst the anarchs. But in your eye, I will always be Camarilla. Oui?
I don't think that would always be true. You and I don't know each other well enough to be able to make assumptions about one another just yet.
That is refreshing to hear. My experience with those of the rabble are oftentimes less than courteous. Vicky, I hope you take this with all positive notion, but I am indeed impressed with you. Truly. I hope in time I might do the same.
I look forward to it.
But in the meantime, how might I assist a Baron of Austin in a house of public record? Don't think you're coming here for sentimental reasons.
Perhaps I am.
You can still feel sentimentality.
It's the only thing that keeps me true.
I'd like to roll a insight. What's insight? And see motivation.
Okay. Do I even have stats made for her? No.
That's actually a really good roll.
I do not. Four successes? She seems like the type that would be honest to a fault. If you had to guess, she's a little hard to read, but that could just be her age. And even then, there is truth to what she says. That her sentimentality is what keeps her true, as she said. What she has left of it, anyways, however much that is.
Am I getting the impression this is maybe a bit more of a personal run with that? Like, this doesn't have to do with her being as Baron, this has to do with Vicky.
It's plausible. There might be a hint of that there, but it's...
She's old and tough to read.
She's a little tough. She's a little tough to read, but you get it's not beyond the realm of possibility. She certainly seems like she has that left to be able to even play on at this point, if that's a play.
I would imagine one of your age has lost much in this city. To go back and remember fond memory.
Sometimes digging up old memories is all you have.
I very much doubt it is all you have, Vicky.
Well, one of many things. I'm sure you have yours too.
You gave me something personal, and I will offer you the same. I do not. That was taken from me as well.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I serve my Baron to the best of my capabilities. If my word means nothing, then what else would I have left? I have no large sector of clan to rely upon, nor do I have the power and influence of a Baron, nor do I have the old histories. So the only thing I can hold is what I make for myself, my word. Until Baron Kane proves himself to be exactly what you have described, I will honor my contract with him, as I honor my contract with my coterie. At the very least, if we are to be on the other side of the line of each other, I should honor that accordingly. If such a sentimentality means anything in America.
You could be so much more than a servant.
If I were, would you not have reason to claim, behold, the tyrant once more does what they do? Look at how they hoard over it, lord upon those, and then claim to be anarch, yet there is no difference. A simple swap of title. Would that not be so?
At least then, I would have a worthy adversary.
Have you ever had one speak of?
Once. But he was taken from me.
When you were a Camarilla or anarch?
Both.
He was taken from you. And so your rivalry never got to the conclusion that would satisfy.
Exactly.
And so you come here to remember them?
As I said, that was ages and lifetimes ago. In a place far away.
You may find this odd, but I hope if the stories are true, then that worthy adversary is a name to be proud of. One still spoken with reverence. I think it is honorable to value the enemies you made. They define you, after all.
I value allies and adversaries. Like you said, both make you. Adversaries help you to define who you truly are. Cain doesn't define me. Hernandez doesn't define me. Well, I'm sure you have found this conversation engaging, but I do have things to attend to.
She stands, gives a low bow, without breaking eye contact with Baron Santos.
She extends a hand.
She looks at it inquisitively, but then, true to trying to adapt to the anarch way of doing things, as she sees it, she'll accept that hand.
She gives you a very firm handshake.
Enough that she's trying to end up making it very clear she can break my hand at a moment's notice, or is this a case of just a very firm handshake?
Combination of both. But still, it's measured. It's not painful, but she is powerful.
And I think Yvette will make it a point to not acknowledge that strength, to hide it as though this was nothing more than her grabbing a wet nap. It's not so much of an intimidation, but Baron Santos requested Yvette be an adversary worthwhile. Least Yvette can do is try and extending that as a point of hospitality.
Okay. Yeah, then give me a composure subterfuge.
And hide emotions would qualify here?
Absolutely.
I got a willpower to. He's got a face to maintain. That's 4.
That's 4. You feel pretty confident. Feel pretty confident that that little squeeze and your fortitude Yeah, you feel pretty solid. Feel pretty solid in your unwaveringness. And with that, she turns to go back to what it is that she was doing, walking down that hall when you shoulder checked her.
He waits for Baron Santos to end up exiting the hall.
It's not long before she leaves and she disappears into an office somewhere.
As Yvette leaves, an adversary worth it. A curious thing. And then she asks herself an important question. How would that serve Austin? Or maybe that is the disservice to Austin. There's no real adversary to be had. A philosophical question that Yvette is left with. At first she... Oh.
No, go ahead.
At first there was fear. A fear of what Santos would do. But perhaps Yvette was not understanding her true place here. She would need to sleep on it as she's exhausted. She has lots of paperwork to end up going over, and to find someone who would be able to help her piece this puzzle together, involving Deja's farm, her family, and the Dawn. The curious thing, the idea, being able to rival a Baron. Now, would that not be a lifetime worth this wait?
And I think that is where we're going to finally conclude this session for tonight.
Before the internet drops again.
Yes, apologies for the internet drops, but yes, this will be definitely edited down so it'll be a concise episode on YouTube. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming by, and thank you to my players for playing. To Simba's Bloody Mojo and to Macabre Derek, the wonderful, wonderful role players that they are. So yeah, that's how did you guys enjoy the session and the introduction to Santos?
I loved it. I'm just happy to be back at the table.
I'm glad you're back at the table too, my friend. So yeah, I'm gonna do an audience favorite poll. Let's do it for like only a couple of minutes though, because I have a feeling that I just want to give you guys some flat XP for being brilliant. So yeah. So I do kind of want to ask though, even though we're gonna do I think I'm gonna do a flat 3 XP for each of you.
Okay.
So that you guys get that. We're gonna do the audience poll for who the audience liked the most. But I still want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think moved the plot?
Deja.
I would agree.
Okay. Who had our best scene?
I would say for that, I'm going with Yvette. That feeding scene and the ability to actually contained the beast was
Oh yeah, she didn't turn it into a basic feeding
impressive.
scene.
Yes.
I really should have done a channel point, channel point gambling on that, but I forgot because that's a new thing that I want to try and implement is betting on how things are going to happen in chat with channel points. But that'll come with time, I'm sure. But yeah, I think that both of those scenes were really good. I loved introducing Santos because I didn't know what she was going to be like until I actually put her on the screen. So it's usually how I do my NPCs. I don't know what they're going to be like until I put them on the screen. So
Yeah.
yes. And was there a favorite line from tonight?
Oh,
What does it mean to be an anarch?
that's the one that stuck with me, regardless of anything else that was said.
Love it. I do still love that. So, but yeah, since it was just the two of you, 3 experience, and then we're gonna have an audience favorite here in about a couple of seconds. Just so let's see. They're tying it up. Somebody better eBay snipe it.
Always shenanigans.
I know. You guys keep tying it up. I won't give an audience vote.
Raven's doing their thing. Okay.
I see that.
It's gotta be Raven. Black Wolf went to bed already.
Yeah. Raven. If you keep tying it up, I'm not going to give them any audience experience.
Somebody's gotta win, please. Thantos, come in to save.
It's already over, man. It's already over.
Yeah, it's already.
Nobody gets an EXP.
Well, I'm going to roll off on this one, but high or low?
Low.
Leave it to. Yep. Okay, we're going low, I guess.
Low client. All right. Let's roll it. Nope.
Nope.
The dice have spoken. You chose this, audience.
And you said you weren't going to give it to us anyways.
I mean, that's starting next time. Starting next time. I'll punish the audience for... No, it's fine. You know, if the audience decides that they want to leave it up to the dice will tell you what you believe. The dice will gaslight you into what you believe.
You told me what I believed. Nope was it.
No. Very much appreciate my lovely cast. My lovely 2-member cast for tonight. Simba's Bloody Mojo, which is always a delight to have you back. Always a delight to have you anytime you're here. So,
Always a pleasure.
and then, of course, the illustrious Macabre Derek does exactly what it says on the tin. This guy. Probably one of the greatest artists on Twitch, hands down.
Oh, now you're fluffing me.
Context, friend. Context. But, yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching out in the audience, for, between the intermittent, computer and internet hiccups, and, yeah, so tomorrow we're going to be doing more of Rebirth at 7 p.m. Central, so that we can continue on with the story there. And it is anniversary month because last month I got sick. So we are doing anniversary month this month. If and when I do have free time away from my day job, I will do probably a shorter stream on those days, in order to, guys, give you guys some more content, do some drawing, do some video games, whatever. And in those particular streams, we're gonna have giveaways for commission time and or for gift subs. So I will be giving away either commission time or subs, depending on what I'm doing that particular day. Um, and so yeah, we've got some really great things that I'm doing for the anniversary. So if you want to win subs, if you want to win commission time, be here for those giveaways. They're not going to happen on the regularly scheduled programs like Austin or Rebirth, because I don't want to overwhelm myself. So it's just going to be the random streams that I have time for during the rest of this month. I hope to do since I'm not really getting any extra time off, so far as I can tell, this week. It'll probably be Saturday after probably 8 o'clock p.m. that I'll do the anniversary stream. So yeah, I'll be here on Saturday. We're probably either gonna finish up some commissions with art, or we're gonna play some Cyberpunk. So look forward to that, because this is my second playthrough of Cyberpunk that I'm doing, and it's just going to be a continuation of the thing that I've been doing off stream anyway. So I'm back for that, and we'll see what my character gets up to, what kind of shenanigans we do. But yeah, that's what we're doing for anniversary stuff. Anything special coming up for you, Derek?
We are going to end up continuing on with Drawing on the Macabre tomorrow. I am going to be spending probably a good portion of my night trying to finish up some more commission work, and we got two big ones coming up, along with, well, we'll see if we got time for it tomorrow. Two big commissions are definitely going to be finishing up, but I am keeping my commissions open.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to end up getting more art from Drawing on the Macabre, do end up checking it out. I'm actually going to be spending tonight working on a piece specifically for Ravenstar, who was the primary voter tonight.
Yeah.
So if you want to check that out, then come on, drop on by.
Yeah, exactly. This guy does very good art. So always a pleasure to see when that happens. So but yeah, we're gonna go into a raid. I think we're gonna go raid Zulu Foxtrot, because they've been working really hard on their webtoon and other assorted fan art for not Edmonton, San Jose. I completely blanked on the Sunday game today.
That's all right.
San Jose, City of Glass. So they've been having fun with some fan art, and also working on their webtoons. So let's go give them a lovely little raid, because I think they deserve it. So we will be back tomorrow for Rebirth. So stay tuned, everyone. Have a good night.